Так, приветствую вас, дамы и господа, и добро пожаловать на вечернюю трансляцию по... вечернюю новогоднюю трансляцию по убийству принцессы. Очень вечерняя, очень новогодняя. Будем женщину убивать. Ура! Праздничка. Наступающим всех. Хорош кусаться. Ек. Здравствуйте, Расил, здравствуйте, Джинк. А ну, ядрить. Прощайся, чатч. Здравствуйте, Дэнни, 3 раза. Ой, здравствуйте, Элеккраска, здравствуйте, Шаблер. Ту-ту-ту. Меня убивает. Здравствуйте, Зеро, здравствуйте, Патефон. Наступающим, да. Ну хорош. Здравствуйте, Алексеевич. Затем мы перешли, да, все. Кошмар какой. Поехали. Меня бьют. Помогите, помогите, меня избивает злая кошка. Блин, больно кусается-то. Не ногти подстригал, ядрить верещит, как не в себя просто. Как будто убивает ее. Здравствуй, готовка. Лишающую защиту. Так, нихера царапать все, что движется. Для хора, который может быть не подойти некоторым игрокам, полный список повреждений. Ты не двигайся. Ты не двигайся. Глава 1. Герой и принцесса.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Здравствуйте, Скиф. Праздничком вас, да. Родственники, безликие. Четыре самого лучшего команды по баскетболу, которую когда-либо делать. И снова 2013. С Новым годом, да, Скиф. Действительно ли стоит тропе в конце этой тропы избушка? В подвале избушки сидит принцесса.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Сегодня Гдеич, как Джон Сина, ядрить, микрофон попыталась убить к херам. Села на стол такая, ту-ту-ту-ту, хопаньки его, и херакитить об стол со всей дури. Как принцесса, которая сидит в подвале, может вызвать конец света.
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
А какие будут ваши доказательства?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Ты не думал, что она хочет уничтожить мир из-за того, что ее держат в подвале?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous.
She's not dangerous
because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
Покажи, не покажу.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Очень душевненько. Но ведь считается, что убивать принцесс плохо.
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Может, кого-нибудь другого пошлем?
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off.
Ой. А, так нормально. Да, фэпосов слишком много. Подлагивает.
Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Ты хочешь, чтобы мир пришел конец, ты об этом не думал?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
Вдруг я анархист?
I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those.
Здравствуйте, Алекс Дракс. Мне положена за это какая-нибудь награда?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
А что за награду я получу за выполнение этой задачи?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you. And whatever you think it might be, I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Давай так, сделай избушку, поговори с ней. Если она и правда такая ужасная, как ты расписываешь, тогда возможно, может быть, и я с ней покончу. Но пока я с ней лично не пообщаюсь, ничего обещать не буду.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
Голос героя.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Отправиться в избушку. Здравствуй, Гидарима.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Которую я пропустил. Вот. И вы, наверное, тоже. Но, зараза, она только на английском, и перевода на нее вообще никто не делает. А она вся просюжена. Такая вот грустная история. Такая. Minds beneath us. Там беда в том, что английский полулитературный. Я не потяну полулитературный английский. Каким бы инглишменом я не был, ядрить, я разговорный английский знаю, не литературный. Mind beneath us есть русский. Герой хоть озвучивай. Тут просто как бы рассказчик нормально есть. Вот я башку оторву.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Здравствуйте, Ксабор. Вот я. Це подвал. Здравствуйте, Алекс.
door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Игра началась. Меня убеждали, что я должен убить принцессу.
Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Привет.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Погоди, давай сперва поговорим.
Okay.
Даже не знаю, куда вас засунуть. Давайте сюда куда-нибудь. Здравствуйте, кровная. Как тебя зовут?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess Princess?
А может, она Присцилла принцесса? Принцесса — это твое имя?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like. I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade and slay her before it's too late.
Что глазами-то? Глазки грустненькие. Я тебе ничего не знаю, только то, что тебя здесь не просто так заточили.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
Если до меня тебя никто не заходил, где ты брала еду, что пила?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
Ну да. Меня послали сюда, чтобы покончить с тобой, говорит, ты собираешься уничтожить весь мир. Но хотел сам проверить, так ли это, и пока не знаю, чему верить.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here for so long.
That's... How long has she been locked away?
Did they tell you how I'm supposed to end the world?
Тебе подсказки нужны? Я надеюсь, я думал, ты мне сама расскажешь.
I don't know how to destroy the world, if that's what you're getting at.
I believe her.
Я не уверен. Здравствуйте, осторожно. Согласно китайскому календарю, чтобы ее мудрость была побольше, а перемен, который ломает жизнь через крайне приносящий поменьше, я пошел работать. Да удачи на работе. Премию за выход в Новый год побольше.
She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. I don't trust that. And I don't think you do either, or you wouldn't have come down here to talk.
She has a point. We're talking like this for a reason.
So this shouldn't be about what I'd do if I got out of here, or me saying the right thing to convince you to save me. This is about how messed up this whole situation is. This is my life we're talking about. Do you really think I can even end the world? Why would I even want to? We both know that if there's people we can't trust in this situation, it's whoever locked me down here, and it's whoever sent you here. And those two groups are probably one and the same.
Don't let her turn the tables here. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch, no less.
Вы, по крайней мере, не сразу, пока не решил, как мы с тобой поступим, мы можем пообщаться и узнать друг друга получше. Если я тебе не верю, что-то во мне, что в тебе меня сильно смущает, я не могу так рисковать, когда на кону стоит судьба всего мира. Давай с тобой посижу.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
Вот начинается ядрить.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one. Thank you.
Пойдем за клинком. Лицо у нее
Turn back to the
недоброе.
stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
Where are you going? You can't just leave me here. Fine, turn your back on me, but it won't be long before I slip these chains. And once I'm out of here, there will be hell to pay for leaving me behind.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but hurry. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all. You slowly creep down the basement
Да,
stairs.
очень новогодненькая.
It's quiet.
Спасибо.
Where the princess sat only a moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall. And she is nowhere to be seen. Is it just me? Or did this room get a lot bigger?
Кажется, знакомство у нас вышло неудачно. Попробуем сначала.
Oh, you coward!
No, I don't think we can. Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
У нее нет руки, просто запру ее здесь, и она умрет от потери крови.
This is a dangerous play. Who's to say she'll actually succumb to her wounds?
Должен ж
She
пойти.
doesn't have a weapon, and she's missing an arm. You can finish this right here, right now.
Вот что, посижу здесь немного, чтобы убедиться, что она умерла.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I will never forgive it.
Полумера это называется предосторожность.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Ты не принцесса, только притворяешься и может и дальше тратить силы на угрозы, я буду ждать здесь.
I wouldn't be so sure about outlasting me. You're so brittle. So go ahead, rest, do whatever you think will help you be prepared. But know that I'm coming for you, and that when I find you, I will make you hurt.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall.
Может, лучше на столике лечь?
You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
Она поняла, что, оказывается, дверь открывается в другую сторону, и просто открыла дверь на себя. Ну, она сильная, но не умная, видимо, как и я.
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
Такое ощущение, что она банши, да.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Что-то как-то ультимативненько. А как же битва? Да, вторая кошмар.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
А разве это уже было, нет?
It hasn't. Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I.
Была первая глава.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh. What if he hears us?
А, еще и голос параноика появился.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit. I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
Предположим, я говорю правду, и все на самом деле повторяется. Зачем мне тебя слушать? Зачем мне вообще хоть что-то делать?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
Да, у нас есть голос героя, теперь есть голос параноика, есть какой-то рассказчик, который притворяется, что его тут нет.
If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We couldn't trust either of you, and as far as I'm concerned, we still can't. All we did was lock her away. And how'd that work out for you? No comment. Well then, congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And your solution is to send us back in there. Do you want us to slay the princess, or do you want the princess to slay us? Obviously, I want you to slay her. One of you poses a threat to the world, and the other doesn't. Anyways, I believe your other question was something along the lines of, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess, and now everyone's right back where they started. Speak for yourself. From my perspective, there were plenty of consequences. I'm never going to forget the way she just made us stop working. And that's only scratching the surface. If what you said is true, it begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or have you found yourself in another world altogether? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? If she brought an end to everything and everyone, how are we supposed to stop her? What do you want from us? I want you to succeed. You'll find a way. You're the only one who can.
Давай-ка поговорим об этой принцессе.
Just be quick about it.
Мне от ее присутствия все органы отказали. Что я, черт подери, должен с этим делать?
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job and save the world.
В прошлый раз он сказал, что она просто принцесса. Это как ты объяснишь? Что что-то гораздо хуже.
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin and you'll be fine.
А кто запер ее в подвале? И что это вообще за место такое?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
Если ее заперли люди, то почему они же не смогли с ней покончить? Почему я должен это делать?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are. You can't just goad us into doing something by calling us special. It's manipulative. Why are you trying to manipulate us? I don't know, I kinda like being special. Okay, fine, maybe you can goad him into doing something, but he's not even the one who makes the decisions here. I'm not goading you into doing anything. You already know the princess is dangerous. All I'm trying to say is that you have to be the one to deal with her. I know it doesn't seem fair, but that's just the way it is.
Представляете, да, дебила, который внутри голоса сам с собой разговаривает.
And for what it's worth, I know you have it in you to finish the job. We don't.
Еще
Saw
спорит
what
с собой.
happened to us last time. We need to leave.
Ладно, что-то ты мне явно не договариваешь. К чему эта скрытность?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
А я не знаю, куда чат деть. Он везде что-то загораживает.
If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her?
Не, давай сюда засунем. Если сюда ее сувать, то он загораживает чат принцессы. То если его сюда, то чат опций. Все заговораживает.
Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word. He isn't telling us everything he knows because he doesn't trust us, which means that we can't trust him. Stop talking yourself in neurotic circles and just get to the cabin already. Do you see the way he keeps pushing us? We have to get out of here.
Я согласен, сваливаем.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated... This is good. I was worried you might fall for his shit again, but this is good. Whatever answers there are to be found, they aren't here, and they definitely aren't there. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Пойду по тропинке идти. Разумеется.
Somehow I doubt that, but fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
100 рублей от Зарба. БУ, с наступающим.
Как-то не празднично, что прозвучало. Все больше. Развернуться снова и уйти снова.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy. What's going on? Where are we? It's finally happened, hasn't it? We finally cracked.
Ура, мы справились. Приветствуйте-ка. Мир вокруг тебя раскручивается, его физическая материя заменяет тканью пустоты. Вокруг тишина. Слышен удаленный грохот переплетения множества звуков. Колебания становятся громче, когда приближается нечто иное. Щупальца трогают ткань реальности, и конечности находят твое сознание и обвиваются вокруг него. Ты больше не один. Сопротивление. Пальцы царапают когтями стеклянную поверхность твоей души. Разочарование. Этот сосуд полон тобой, мне нужен пустой, в котором я могу поселиться. Что-то по форме напоминающее меня. Какой-то кошмар, проснуться. Нет. Глава 1. Герой и принцесса.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin.
Реальное начало игры
And in the
разблокировано.
basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
В таком диалоге можно пропускать, нажав кнопку Tab на клавиатуре, R1 на контроллере, либо геймпаде.
I'm talking. Don't.
Так, как какие доказательства
Look.
у тебя имеются? Ты не думал? Ты считаешь, что брать принцессу это плохо, кто-нибудь другой не может этим заняться?
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
Это вот и не было, да. Я говорю, что миру пришел конец. Должна какая-нибудь награда.
Then I guess
Направиться в избушку. Давай возьмем клинок. И в печень его всадим ей.
the door to the basement creaks open. Her voice carries up the...
Who's there?
She sounds... Don't let it fool you. It's all part...
А я пришел тебя навестить.
Oh, it's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about
Он
me.
мешается везде. Давай.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Ну да, это так. Я здесь, чтобы покончить с собой. Взять волю в кулак и сделать шаг вперед.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Ты уверен, что она безоружна?
I'm positive. I'm not. But we'll keep our eyes peeled. If she has a weapon, she'll have to draw it before she can use it.
Hesitating? Why don't you drop the knife and the two of us can be civilized with each other?
You charge the princess, blade in hand, but unfortunately your earlier suspicions proved correct. A blade of her own slips down her sleeve and catches you in the neck. Blood sprays from the cut, your severed carotid artery painting the princess with strokes of red. You'd better finish your task quickly before you run out of time. With the last bit of your will, you press forward, sinking the blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh.
The two of you collapse on the floor together, rapidly bleeding out.
Somehow, I thought this would turn out a little differently. But I wonder, do you really think that this was enough to stop me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Глава вторая, лезвие.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to...
Так, это что ж было, да?
Or if it has, I certainly haven't been. If he doesn't remember what...
This whole thing's a crock of shit.
Also
She's just going to pull a knife out of nowhere and stab us again.
Stabbed to death? Well, you won't have to worry about that. The princess is unarmed.
Ну, как интерактивная.
Yeah, that's exactly what you told us last time. When we asked you if you were sure she didn't have a weapon on her, you said you were positive she didn't. But it turns out she did, because when we charged her, she started stabbing us.
Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons. So there's no reason to fear her. You were made for this job. You'll do just fine.
Предположим, я говорю правду, и на самом деле повторяю, зачем мне тебя слушать, зачем мне вообще хоть что-то делать?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died. We did exactly what... Sounds to me like you probably had some kind of elaborate nightmare, in which case I shouldn't be held accountable for what supposedly happened. But congratulations, you've been given a chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We stabbed the princess stabbed us, and now everyone's right back to where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? Had you failed to slay the princess, what would have happened to everyone in the place you...
Screw this. Who cares what happened to everyone else? She's not going to play fair, so we should do what we can to save ourselves and just get out of here.
At least you know not to trust her, but you do realize that everything and everyone includes you, right? If you turn around and... She just caught us by surprise last time. She can't do that twice. So long as we're careful, we can win this. That's the spirit. Just keep that stiff up.
Да, попробуем.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
Здравствуйте, черта.
Don't believe a word she says.
He couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we? I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you.
We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. That's because there isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't.
Can you two stop arguing? It's stressful enough in here without all of this extra noise.
As do I. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? Let you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done. Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. It was there a second ago.
Now it's gone. Yet another thing in here playing tricks on us. I hate this.
Слушай, может я Змей Горыныч щедрить, и поэтому у меня 3 голоса, типа голос рассказчика, голос героя, голос обиженного. Здравствуйте, автор. Да, за вас наступающим.
You take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our hands. Let's make her hurt for what she's done to us.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favour.
That's right, scraping. I told you she has something, I told you.
That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head.
Заходим у нее там двухсторонний обоюдоострый двуручный
Her
топор.
grating voice
100 рублей
carries up the
от Алексея.
stairs.
С праздником, народ!
Алексей, с праздником.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice.
Yeah, she thinks she's better than us, like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room. I wonder if she remembers us.
Finally, somebody. Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down.
If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Ты помнишь, что случилось в прошлый раз?
Last time, if somebody came into my house and tried to kill me and I cut his neck open and then he stabbed me in the heart and we both died looking in each other's eyes, well, surely I would remember that.
Я же ничего не говорил.
But I don't remember it, so it must not have happened.
There you go again, talking up delusions about a past life experience that clearly didn't happen. Ugh, it's like the two of you are working together on this. Aren't you listening to her? She's obviously lying through her teeth. I'm terrible at spotting lies, and even I can tell something's up here. We can't be the only ones that looped back to the start. Someone else has to remember, right? Yes, something is obviously up, and we can all tell that she's lying. The thing she's lying about is how dangerous she is, not dimension hopping or time travel or whatever it is you think you're doing.
Мы друг друга убили, мы бы не хотелось этого повторять. Слушай, я знаю, что ты на меня сердишься. Только сейчас забыли прошлое, начать с чистого листа. Может, поговорим на чистоту. В прошлый раз меня сюда послали, чтобы не дать тебе уничтожить мир, а ты перерезала мне горло.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her. She certainly feels threatening. Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it. But you know who is armed? You. So stop second-guessing yourself and do your job.
Может, я метну в нее кинжал лучше?
I'm nervous. All the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
Именно все так и было, значит, ты помнишь.
Would I just lie? Would I just lie to your face and tell you a thing I remembered happening didn't happen just so I could stab you again? I mean, just so I could stab you for the first time.
Aha! She slipped up there. She said again, and her taking it back doesn't count. Do you hear how deranged you sound right now? Please stop dawdling. This is only going to end with violence. Postponing the inevitable is only going to make it worse for you when it actually happens.
Хотелось бы, конечно, сильно верить, но твои слова звучат очень подозрительно.
That's so rude of you, passing judgments on strangers you've never met just because they're different from you. How would you like it if I did that, huh? Silly little bird-face thinks he's so serious coming down here but doesn't know anything. Thinks he could tell me to get rid of all the knives I don't even have while he gets to wave one around right in front of me. I bet you didn't like that, did you? I bet you didn't like being judged for no reason.
How many more times does she have to vaguely threaten you before you finally decide you're ready to deal with her? We're clearly still figuring out our angle. We don't have the luxury of watching this from a distance. Oh, I'm sorry, do you think I'm in a position of luxury right now? You're acting like you are. My entire world is at risk. Then maybe you should behave with a little more humility. A bit of self-deprecation would go a long way. No, I have my dignity. Fine, then we'll continue to treat you exactly how you deserve to be treated.
Игнорировать. Я знаю, что у тебя есть нож, я освобожу тебя, если ты его бросишь.
A knife? What are you talking about? I don't have a knife. Where would I keep a knife?
В рукаве.
And why would I stab you to death? I don't know you. You haven't given me a reason to stab you to death. It would be so silly of me to cut you open and look at your insides.
Okay, I could have sworn we didn't mention stabbing anyone to death. Sounds like she's really out for blood. Fortunately for you, she isn't armed.
В прошлый раз мы убили друг друга, мне бы этого не хотелось.
But if we killed each other, then why are we here, right now? Both of us normal and unstabbed.
Тогда докажи, что у тебя нет ножа.
It would be so much easier to prove that I do have a sharp object. I could just show it to you. But I don't have one, so I can't.
The princess smiles as she pulls her hands from behind her back.
But look at this! Hands! Hands that don't have anything in them to stab you with!
А за поясом что?
Her smile stretches into an even wider grin as
Господи.
And empty sleeves, too! Look at how few stabbing implements I have. It's practically zero.
А вдруг ты его где-то спрятала?
I've shown you all of my hiding spots. What kind of princess do you think I am? I would never hide something sharp somewhere secret.
А ну раздевайся, иди!
Wait, that sounds like I'm lying, but I'm actually not. My secret zones are for me, only they have nothing to do with you or my intention to not stab you to death the second you get close to me.
her smile drops for a moment,
Эти рожи у
her
меня больно
expression
хитрые.
sharp and flat.
I assure you, there's nothing hidden there.
I'm inclined to believe her on that one. She seems serious. Of course, but that doesn't mean that she doesn't have something hidden somewhere. We know for a fact she's armed.
Чёрт, давай, покончи с принцессой.
The princess falls silent, her smile unwavering as you charge across the room. Okay, she hasn't pulled out a knife yet, and her hands are still behind her back. I think we can do this. I think we can win. We just have to strike now, but make sure you keep your eyes on those hands. I don't trust her for a second. But your focus is broken by the horrible sound of metal slicing through meat. Whose meat? Not ours, right? Hers, at first, then yours.
Hehe.
How? What did she even hit us with? You stare down at your chest and at the long, thin blade she impaled you with. And then the red, angry slit along the flesh of her thigh, where the blade had been nestled just a moment ago. It's still lodged in her leg, emerging from her knee, hinging up and out of her body like some extra metallic limb. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
Я согласен.
You're going to die now.
With a twist of her knee and a painful squelch, she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Глава 3. Гонка вооружений. Надо купить пистолет.
No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin. You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do? I feel dizzy. Oh ho ho ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now? The circle's getting smaller and smaller. Running isn't an option anymore. We have to fight. Good. It's better that way. Without a fight, no one can win. And if no one can win, then nothing has any meaning.
Да, мы убрали рассказчика.
Great. So obviously you've already been here. How many times? This is our third? No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realise that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right? That can't be right. That's too much responsibility. Nah, impossibly high stakes make the fight so much better. Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table, a pristine blade perched. We take it.
А, уже без вариантов, да? Просто...
Okay, sure, you take the blade before letting me finish telling
А
you.
ручки-то вот они.
It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. This feels right. We just have to keep our senses sharp. That's right, we've got to be able to win eventually. We will win eventually. Hell, we might even win now.
Ну... Тут вот кинжал есть, очень удобно.
That's a fighting spirit I like to see. You could all learn a thing or two from this one. I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there? You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right? But there isn't a door, it's just that mirror again. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore. I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel. He might be right.
Кому-то страшненько, да? Салют,
If our other
фейерверк.
senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it. If it's in our way, let's just break it and move on.
Вариант подойти к зеркалу.
You make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it. Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
Протереть зеркало.
You reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising. It was never there. Just an illusion. Let's just get to the princess already. I didn't care about the mirror before, and I care about it even less now. Guess it's time for us to see her again. Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Может,
You
мы найдем
step
что-то
forward,
поинтереснее?
but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
Вы сломали шею и начинаем заново, да?
Your body tumbles onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance. She gives you a wry smile.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
She's got another thing coming if she thinks we're going down easy again. Pride makes us dead. The only thing that matters is survival. Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once. Nothing bad has come of it yet. Plenty bad has come of it. You've left at least one entire world to ruin. The people there mattered. The past isn't real. There's only here and now. Your internal bickering is cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor.
Какого хера?
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Shit. She's coming for us and I'm out of ideas.
И без трех мечей у нас нет, надо впасть в панику. Побеждает, потому что у нас нет, что бывает. Так, давайте ее этим опередим. Какие-то по идее, давайте придумаем что-нибудь
that's
получше.
right, we just have to think. There's probably an answer if we think.
Здравствуйте, лимонадный Джо.
Just standing there, huh? A bold strategy.
Тихо, мы
You
думаем.
don't have time to finish your thought. In a moment she's across the room, blades flashing in the dim starlight. She skewers you. Ow.
Ай.
What a surprise. Yeah, we don't even get a second to think without her stabbing us. Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
I don't like that we died without us knowing it. This really, really blurs some lines that I prefer not to be blurred. Are we still dead? Are we alive again? How are we even supposed to know the difference?
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here?
This is 4.
No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her. We don't need any other voices chattering about in here. It'll just confuse us. All we need is to keep fighting.
Может, мы в кузнецу зайдем, не знаю.
Yeah, I'll pass on that.
А, все, я пишу
As
должен.
long as we keep moving.
Come on, show me something new.
Okay, plan now.
Не тем более, если мы запретим себе чувствовать, мы вызовем ее авторитет, притянем на уши. Она побеждает нас, потому что убивает нас. Так, давайте ее в этом опередим. Этот план не срабатывает, и она снова вас убивает. И снова, и снова, и снова. И ваша память затуманивается, пока сознание прыгает от жизни к жизни, удерживая лишь смутно проступающие обрывки конфликта.
Then you skewer yourself.
I thought we both understood that dying doesn't get you anywhere.
Huh, that didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought. Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. What's the point? It's all the same. She skewers you.
Oh, don't give up on me just yet. You gotta keep going.
Do you see that? We almost had her. That was luck. But we only have to get lucky once. Compliment her on those gleaming blades. There's nothing better than a capable woman. She skewers you.
You're cute.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up. Okay, let's go again. Just panic. Flee. She skewers you.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
See? We're getting better.
С кем мы играем, не знаю, просто человек с хорошим маникюром.
That was a good one. She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels. She skewers you.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
We're getting close to something, can't you feel it? One last time. You're right. One last time, that's all we need. Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that. I'm sure she'll listen to reason.
Господи.
She skewers you. And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Глава 4. Гарантированное взаимоуничтожение.
Your Honor, don't lose your head. We're in a cabin, and we'll take it from here. Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And our steel claw is already in our hand. Ho-ho! What if we throw it out the window?
Вот я согласен.
Over my dead body. That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't. Besides, what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful woman? I'm sure I can think of a better way to die. They're all the same, really. How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything. The only thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top. There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... How about you stick to describing things? Yeah, leave it to the pros. We'll notch up that win in no time. Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover. Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only it's more of a slide. We know. Fine, I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along. Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs, or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this.
Не надо.
Don't care, just want to win. Fine, you make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together.
Ты говоришь, что шизофрения.
But I guess
Но если
we're
тебя
not
убивают, ты
done.
каждый раз
That's
воскрешаешь,
okay with me.
ты
It's good
постепенно
even.
ходишь с
I
ума.
like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it?
Здравствуйте, Карбинович, у вас наступающим, где...
I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it, though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Are you gonna say what she does? Do you want me to talk now?
Не-не-не,
Well,
можешь молчать,
yeah,
да.
she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing.
Блин, она сама покажет.
Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts. She becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Holy shit!
И не поспоришь.
She's gorgeous. Absolutely divine. Yes, behold, the perfect woman. Do you think we can throw her out the window?
Да вот да. Вот это отличная
That
идея.
looked painful. How is she still alive? Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it?
This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing.
We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
This
All right,
is all
sir.
just a
What just happened? It's so quiet.
Я от рассказчика тоже.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
Ты двигаешься, и эта неподвижность порождает движение. Твое тело начинает жить своей жизнью. Ты приближаешься к принцессе, видишь, как она наносит удар каким-то непостижимым образом, и уворачиваешься.
You're incredible.
Ваше оружие сталкивается вновь и вновь. Вы с принцессой двигаетесь, повинуясь загадочному ритму, свободному от мыслей, свободному от эго. Остался лишь танец, один уступает другому, затем возвращает первенство. И так без конца. Чем глубже вы погружаетесь в это состояние, тем быстрее бьются ваши сердца, и тем бешенее становится танец. Темп бесконечно нарастает, но вот появляется возможность. Уже не повинуясь твоей воле, клинок бьет в цель. Ее лезвия не отстают. Вы оба смертельно ранены, никто не выживет, но грядущее вас не пугает. Это хороший конец. Ну вот я скукожу. Никто из вас не видит, как умирает другое. Что-то забрало ее и оставило вместо нее нечто иное. Зеркало. Ты подходишь. Посмотреть на отражение. Ты протягиваешь руку к зеркалу в тишине. Пришла пора в него взглянуть. Это ты. Ты один в пустоте, и здесь так тихо. Направиться в избушку. Ты в избушке. Приблизиться к ней. Ты знаешь, что скрывается за оболочкой. Это сущность, обитающая между мирами.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Ты то существо, которое встретил за лесом, да? Я думал, это был сон.
Vague recollections. Empty tunnels without a mouth. I am sorry if I frightened you.
Что тут такое?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
А кто я, по-твоему?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
А что подарил тебе хрупкий сосуд?
Yes, nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to
Здравствуйте,
make my own.
Очень новогодний, смотрите.
This one is a
Вот
single-minded
новогодние
edge.
клинки, новогодние
She is
сердечки,
cruelty,
новогодние ручки.
but she is also joy. She will make for a piercing heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
Это есть тот самый конец света?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Ты знаешь рассказчика?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Это ты послала меня покончить с принцессой, ты заперла меня здесь.
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
В известный мирах за пределами этого.
I know only that they are.
Ты принцесса?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Ты всегда была принцессой, или она просто часть тебя?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
И что дальше?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Разве ты не боишься, что я покончу с тобой?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
Только я забуду.
Everything, until we meet again.
И сколько кусочков тебя я должен найти?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Я бы с покончить с принцессой, чтобы она не уничтожила мир, если я тебе помогу. Его уничтожишь ты?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remove.
Нема. Ты играешь словами, что ты делаешь, если я тебе помогу?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Могу новогоднюю кутю показать. Вот. Новогодняя кутя. Ну, в принципе, такая же, как обычно, просто новогодняя. Я ей сегодня сыра дала, но жрать его не стала. Хотя выпрашивала, как не в себя просто. Орала, типа, дай мне сыра, дай мне сыра, дай мне сыра, ну дай мне сыра, ну дай мне сыра, дай сыра. Блин, ну... Дал ей сыра. Не захотела жрать. Но орала не из того, чтобы я сыра ей дал. Что если не позволить тебе так со мной поступить?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now, unfinished, dry.
А я останусь здесь.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
Ждать вечно.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished.
И твои салатики.
What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
И чё? А, вот, типа. И игра закрылась. Прикольно.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Нет, она просто закрыла, вот я перезашел, только ты вернулся. Хорошо, подари мне забвение.
She asks that I tell you to remember her. You won't.
В глазах темнеет, и ты умираешь.
You're on a path. While I then I guess.
Я поболтаю. Привет. Погоди, смотреть на Йоку.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Есть какие-нибудь идеи, если ключа там не окажется?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free. You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here?
Вот это открыть дверь.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
А когда, блин... ее заперли на замок. Спуститься так. Эй,
Your
выпустите меня.
shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Спуститься к подножию лестницы.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now.
Приятного аппетита там, кто там кушает.
Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Спусти принцессу.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal. No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Подойти к закрытой двери.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Ну да.
Watch me.
What are you doing?
Там было предостеречие.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart.
Вот гнида ты, нараторы, еб твою мать.
But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive. The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
Нравится мне его маникюрчик. Прелестен просто.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her blade work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay.
Нет.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life... If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it. Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess.
С учетом, что вы все в одной голове, да?
So all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. Sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek. What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Предположим, я говорю правду, и все на самом деле повторяется. Зачем мне тебя слушать? Зачем мне вообще хоть так направиться в избушку?
A warning. Before she will lie. I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed. Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept
Ну,
quiet.
хорош лапу сосать.
Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Отправиться в избушку.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine-threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a
Видите,
royal
уже
prison.
красота тут
The only
появилась.
furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Забыл выкинуть
That's
зеркало.
because
Да.
there isn't a mirror. There isn't. I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here. In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
Хочу посмотреть на свое
That's
зеркало.
a
Какое
great
красавица.
idea. We have to make sure we're looking our best before we save her. We shouldn't waste time preening. If he is lying about the mirror, it might be important. I'm not lying to you. Use your eyes. There is no mirror.
Так, подойди к зеркалу.
You walk up to the wall next to... It's really...
Протереть зеркало.
You reach
Правда,
forward and rub
страшно
your
руку.
hand against the cap, but it was there a second ago. And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
Слушай, хороший
A
каменный
soft
подвал, мне прям
voice
нравится.
carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall. My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment. You know she can't hear you, right? She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Разве у нее грудь увеличилась?
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing, and she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before. That's right, villain.
Да, блин.
Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty. And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance. We damned a whole world. But everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. And you can't keep hopping between worlds forever. Especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
В прошлый раз ты меня убил, мне это было очень больно, чем ты это сделал. Не придется нож, мне снова надо будет отрезать тебе руку.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done. What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains.
А вдруг сможешь?
Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird? She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic,
smiling angel. No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Что произошло после моей смерти?
You died, and now we're talking.
В прошлый раз ты убила меня, мне было очень больно. Зачем?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we? We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone. She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
А что было до того, как мы начали разговаривать? Конец света, ты уничтожила мир?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy.
А, господи, нажимаешь на кнопку и вот случайно и все. А!
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
Я не желаю гибели этого мира.
Then I didn't end the world.
Ну, спасибо.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself. I'm not so sure.
Прости, за прошлый раз моим телом завладел рассказчик, который отправил меня сюда, чтобы тебя убить. Это было очень нечестно.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually. That's because she's perfect. Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me. I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Ну, спасти принцессу.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings, and doesn't the world end if we don't stop her?
Костюм принцессы, вот костюм принцессы, смотри, черненький.
You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings.
У любой красивой принцессы должен быть черное мини-платьишко.
We're doomed.
Видите, черное мини-платьишко.
I can't believe it, but I guess I have to. I told you,
снимается,
there's
да.
no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace.
Но бубы реально стали больше.
If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon. Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
Действительно.
What do we do now?
А чего ты хочешь?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world?
Здравствуйте, Кизарара. Да, борода стала больше, теперь борода управляет стримером.
So gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
Маленький. Почти 4 месяца. Да.
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Я бы хочу уйти отсюда, потом мы что-нибудь придумаем.
That sounds perfect.
The princess takes your hand, the last hopes of the entire world slipping through your fingers as they intertwine with hers.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you. She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move.
Где-то я такое уже видел.
Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Of course you wouldn't understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
Ну вот.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
Да. Как ты думаешь, ты сможешь ее открыть?
Well, I don't know. Do you think I can?
Of course she can. You believe in her, right?
Nobody is leaving this basement.
Да, думаю, у тебя получится.
Okay, let me try.
The princess tries the handle, and the lock clicks, and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me?
I told you she could do it.
You and the princess make your way upstairs, and the blade, that's right, there's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late. You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you. You know, if her walking out that door is really gonna end the world, can't we all just stay here? Seems like an easy win for everyone. That's not how this works. Yes, what he said, that's not how this works. Obviously, we have to leave with her. It's our happy ending.
Естественно, достаточно долго, если мы останемся здесь и будем просто строить жизнь вдвоем. Идите в жопу, не обращайте на них внимания.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Ну вот, правильно.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside.
Любовь приводит к свободе.
Our happy ending at last.
We did it! What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go?
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Гребаная крепота. Тебе не удастся ее согреть, и никогда не удастся. Тебе пора уходить, и память возвращается.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Разумеется, тебе страшно. Для тебя это конец, но не для меня.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
Do it then. End us all before I die of a broken heart.
Ты подходишь к зеркалу. Ты притягиваешь руку в тишине. Они исчезли, но зеркало осталось. Пришла пора взглянуть. Ты разлагаешься. Здесь будет? Ну, на ютубе, да. Ты снова оказался в долгом покое. Подожди, в избушке. В избушке. Приблизиться.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Ты же... Даже кем была раньше, ты сильно изменилась.
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Говоришь, гадкий, можешь дать мне простой и четкий ответ?
The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
Каково это вот так меняться?
Eyes close in
Здравствуйте,
reflection.
Семен. Вас с наступающим.
Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together. It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
И чем ты хочешь заняться, когда все закончится?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed, but in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Ты же понимаешь, что в итоге, когда ты будешь завершена, я убью тебя?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
Когда я возвращаюсь, вокруг меня словно смыкается невидимая стена. Почему я не могу делать то же, что и раньше?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
Никто никогда не был ко мне так добр, как ты. Спасибо.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Я принесу тебе в следующий раз.
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them. My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Хочу причинять тебе больно, боюсь, что с каждым моим возвращением все будет только хуже.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Ладно, бог с ними,
I
буду
will long
ферматься.
for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
В глазах темнеет, тут ты умираешь. Парам-пам.
Look, you're all... Of course. It's... Then I guess we'll...
Совсем конец.
How many many times do I have...
Wait, come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy...
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it.
Давай сначала сперва поговорим. Как тебя зовут?
Oh.
Принцесса, это твое имя. Тебе ничего не знают, только знают, что тебя здесь заточили. Меня послали сюда покончить с тобой. Говорят, ты не думаю, что ты представляешь угрозу. Дело в том, ты сама мне все расскажешь. Я не стану тебя врать, но освободить тоже не могу. Это большой риск. Кого только духу хватило.
You tried. Your shot. Fine.
Это встречи. Теперь сопротивляться нельзя.
Thank you.
There's no getting through to you right now, is there? A betrayal of will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but everything goes dark, and you die.
Глава 2. Ведьма.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay.
Так, это все тоже было или нет? Да.
Or if it has, I certainly have. If he doesn't remember what happened, then brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him. You know I can hear you. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Предложим говорю правду, и все на самом деле повторяется. Зачем я тебя слушаю, зачем я вообще хочу что-то делать?
Let's say, if you're I can, and if it's the do you think the people there live? That's a very good point. If you learn, laying what matters.
Давайте-ка поговорим об этой принцессе. Так. В прошлый раз он меня убил, откуда мне знать, что это не повторится?
Like I said, if she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her.
Говорите с ней, идите выполняйте свою задачу. В прошлый раз ты сказал, что она просто принцесса, да как ее удалось разорвать? Меня на части голыми руками.
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out.
Ты что-то мне явно не договариваешь.
Everything you need to know. If you want us to stand a chance, not to say, I don't think either of you really need to press the man on this. He wants us to slay the princess, so I appreciate.
Кто запер ее в подвале? Что это вообще за место такое?
Locked her in that basement.
Ну, то же самое.
Look,
если это люди, почему они так сами ее не убили?
Warn it, she will. The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf. The blade is your implement.
Забыл упомянуть зеркало, да.
Oh, I'm you, but I'm Very different. Maybe that's because you haven't actually...
Подойти к зеркалу. Протереть зеркало.
Reach forward. Well, at least we can all agree now that there's nothing to see. No blame. It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but the door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. Her voice...
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite. But you are. You're a wretched little thing. I recognize that voice as easily as I recognized your nervous little footsteps coming up the path. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying her will be easy. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine. I'm just glad we could put all the... Is it all behind us?
Вот эти вот постоянно совершенно одинаковые говорилки, это такое себе.
Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Прости, что так вышло в прошлый раз.
Smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Такое чувство, как будто ты мною недовольна.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
Это вообще-то я умер в прошлый раз, не ты. Кому тут нельзя доверять, так это тебе. Слушай, я тебя понимаю, в прошлый раз все пошло наперекосяк, но мне кажется, ты тут на кону нечто больше, чем мы оба. Мы должны объединить усилия.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all, and unfortunately, you're the only one I have.
Да тут только один актер.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
Разве ты можешь сама выбраться? В прошлый раз тебя цепить не остановили.
Oh, of course. They're nothing to me.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
Точно, чтобы не бежать, ты пошел пока. Ладно, уйдем отсюда.
Yes, let's.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one that lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time. You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
Ладно, хрен с ним.
That's right, you're the one who's going first. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every single thing you do.
Вот это ты
That's
пугаешь.
exactly what I'm worried about.
Да.
You step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like. You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous. I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you. Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her. No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself. But the princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach. Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened. You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory, are you? Why did you just say that? I think we know why. You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight. Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop. The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact. You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realize that you won't be getting up.
Позвоночник, что ли, перекусил?
Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several. You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back. We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that? It's what I would have done. Have you considered not being like that? Of course not. It's what keeps us alive. And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
Ой, да ладно, не так уж и много я сделаю. Какой черт, я хотел помочь тебе выбраться отсюда.
Maybe you were, and maybe you weren't. But even more than I wanted my freedom, I really, really wanted to hurt you. And you know as well as I that by our very natures, only one of us could make it up those stairs unscathed. Someone had to make the first move. Better me than you.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned, where once she'd passed by the table upstairs, I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back. And then you'd say something like, wow, that's an amazing idea that I never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us. And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back. There's just one problem with that. And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to the blade first. Ugh, you're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but really it was doomed from the start, wasn't it? The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up.
Ее тоже перекосило.
Oh, so she's got it as bad as us.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
She eyes you with intensity, silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here? Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. The world could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Is that really what's going to happen? Hello? Are you...
Он не отвечает.
I think he's gone.
Ой, слава богу.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
Ты не успеваешь ей ответить, и никогда не ответишь, пора уходить, и память возвращается.
Where does she go? And there's that...
Опять это зеркало.
What is that? You better watch it.
Ты подходишь к зеркалу. Ты протягиваешь руку в тишине, они вновь исчезли. Зеркало всегда прогоняет их, но ты должен в него взглянуть. Ты высыхаешь. Ты снова оказался в долгом покое. Кажется, в избушке. Ты в избушке. Приблизиться.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold.
Ощущение, что вот она кормится, мы
To look at
подыхаем
any one is to
постепенно.
shift them all into something new. And to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Ты не можешь быть противоречием, противоречия не существует.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be. But I am also none of it.
Важно, сколько раз возвращаюсь, один из нас обязательно причиняет друг другу другому боль. Или же мы причиняем боль друг другу. Разве это не меняет тебя, не делает хуже?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Нет, как только оказываюсь рядом с тобой, все сразу начинает казаться таким далеким.
It does seem small from here, and the more we journey, the smaller each of those steps will be. But that doesn't make any of them less special.
Как у тебя выходит быть противоречием?
As easily as you can stand to be.
Блин. Ну, перевод полумашин, насколько я понимаю. Ты решила, чем хочешь заняться, когда мы закончим?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Переводили диплом. Вот. Ой, дайте. Переводили диплом. Вот. И опять не отредактировали. Просто тупо перевод закинули и все. По-барышному все равно, что я принесу в следующий раз.
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
Ты знаешь, что происходит с мирами, которые мы покидаем?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Сколько еще сосудов я должен тебе принести?
We will know when we near our destination. I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Of course, look, you're wild never, and because it's unless, does it? Oh.
Ну, давай возьмем клинок.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on.
You walk down the stairs.
Возьмем кинжал.
Lock eyes with the princess.
Вот раз попробуем не убивать.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's so cold. Focus on the task at hand.
Я еще не решил, что делать дальше.
Look how reasonable she's being. Don't you dare. The blade tumbles out of your...
Thank you.
Against your better judgment, you step... We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Я здесь потому, что ты собираешься уничтожить весь мир.
Don't just tell her that.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so... dangerous?
Я надеялся, ты сама мне расскажешь.
Ending the world seems like an awful lot for just one person to do. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
Спасибо большое. Вас наступающим. Как это действие поиздевательно на меня сегодня напало.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So,
I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is...
Куда тебя заперли в этом подвале?
Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics, no matter how hard...
Понятно. Как тебя зовут?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as your royal...
Ну, тут то же самое.
Don't jump to any weird conclusions.
Как тебе помочь выбраться?
You can't. Don't.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting. She is.
Oh? Have you decided what...
You know why you're...
Я могу тебя выбраться, давай посмотрим.
Have to be kidding. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall, and they're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even...
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away...
Ну, это мы знаем. Если я найду ключ, что тогда делать? Только не предлагай отрезать тебе руку.
That would be fine. I can lose an arm.
She speaks with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here for long enough, I'm sure we'd be... You attempt... Someone else... You try the door. You're here. Your shouts. I'll repeat.
Так же не пускают.
You make your way back. Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. The knife.
You won't like what happened. Against your you cut into the blade. Is she didn't so much as utter. How is she so
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
No, we won't have it. Wait, watch me. Stop.
I thought...
Stop. The blade.
You're doing your best. I'll make this quick.
She steps forward.
Maybe I'll...
And then she slits your throat with an almost... Her face remains unchanged as she watches you collapse to the ground, blood flowing from your butchered neck. This is the end. I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark. You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
Так, это он все у нас уже
I'm inclined you and as far...
скептик.
Those are two... That doesn't... Sure. Anyway, what do you mean? Yes, if it... Do you think that... What a... Oh, how... You're talking in... No, I'm talking... A warning. She will...
Ну, у вторых глав разные названия. У первых глав всегда одинаковые.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison. The only furniture of note is an iron table, bolted to the floor, a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. What are you talking about? You reach forward and now it's gone. If he doesn't want us to know about it, it must be important. We should keep our eyes peeled. Maybe it'll be back. Good idea. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us? You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her
Скорее,
lap.
не такой же, как принцесса, я такой же, как сущность, которая, типа, поглощает принцессу раз за разом.
So much for cutting her out of here.
Господи. Вон где кто опять пришел? Великая маленькость.
Do you hear yourself right now? Cutting her out of here never should have been on the table. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless. That was there last time too, wasn't it? It was.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
Ну, давай сесть рядом с
You
принцессой.
step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one shackled hand.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable. We do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease. You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
Я уже был здесь раньше, я один, это помню.
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use. This has complicated things. It's complicated things how? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency. A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot. Now hold, I need it, and that's pathetic. I get exactly. Moving on. The more your success, I won't. Just give it a rest. This isn't help.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
Что произошло после того, как я умер в прошлый раз?
Nothing happened. You died. I went upstairs. I couldn't leave. I found myself in a new place in chains again. More of them. And now you're back.
Is that really all she knows? It's not like we have much of a clue about how things work. And she's probably even more in the dark than we are.
You're looking at me like I might be hiding something. I'm not.
I guess it's possible she really doesn't know anything. Maybe both of us are stuck in this loop without any idea why or how.
А другой циклости нет, для кого она?
I don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory.
Господи. Смотреть каналы.
I wouldn't do that if I... And why is that? Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is? And what? Is it going to lock the second we put our wrist into it? I don't know. Maybe it will. He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate. But what if he's telling the truth? He isn't. I am.
Смотреть каналы.
Against your better judgment, you approach the chain dangling from the far wall. The princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next. What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad? Yes, it's bad. Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time. Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck. And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
Вот, вместе посидим, ведь весело будет.
Excuse me? Yes? Are we stuck here now? Yes.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
What are we supposed to do now?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
That's horrible.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Пошел что-то смотреть, оно тебя хоп и убило, ты такой, ну, зашибись.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch?
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
И что нам теперь делать?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
Значит, мы теперь тут оба застряли?
Yep.
Ты знал, что это случится?
No.
Ты не очень разговорчивая.
Nope.
That's rude.
Ждать
You and the princess wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. This is so boring.
There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing.
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes and passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent. At least the world is safe. It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything.
Но все равно в безопасности.
She's not ending anything. She's just sitting there.
Ну да.
Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
How exactly does that work?
It just does.
But
your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there, but then they get larger and larger.
Слушай, ты заметил, что подвал меняется?
I don't like small talk, remember?
Still rude. You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
She hasn't starved.
I guess she hasn't.
И в туалет никто не ходил. Ну, удобненько.
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass, until suddenly there are no walls. And then... And...
I think he's gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us.
Ну, действительно.
So this is the outside world. It's cold.
Но ты не успеешь ей ответить, теперь ты никогда ей не ответишь, пора уходить и пора возвращаться.
And there's that mirror again. What is that supposed to... No, that...
Ты подходишь к зеркалу. И протягиваешь руку в тишине, они вновь исчезли. Зеркало всегда прогоняет их, но ты должен в него заглянуть. Ты распадаешься на кости. Ядрить там кто-то пернул. Ты снова оказался в долгом покое. Ты в избушке.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Думаешь, там есть люди?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me.
Думаешь, там есть хоть что-то реальное? Как по-твоему, мы сами реальны?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Когда ты отправляешь меня назад, я не один. Со мной говорят голоса. Некоторые из них — это я сам, но один — нечто иное. Я зову его рассказчиком. Он хочет, чтобы я тебя убил. У тебя есть рассказчик? А у сосудов он был?
No. Their minds are empty. Existent, but constantly
Да там
shifting into something
дистовый
new.
фейерверк пускают, блин.
Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
Но покупают, блин, дорогущих гитар. Да, когда я найду его, мы с тобой получим ответы на все наши
Do not
вопросы.
look to one who fears me for your truth. The only answers worth knowing are those we can find within ourselves.
Что ты думаешь об этом сосуде?
This one is determined, but also cautious. One that would rather let the world move around her than move it herself. She will make for a patient heart. Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
Еще сосудов.
Whatever you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
Если остался последний сосуд, может, у тебя есть особое предпочтение?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The
Понятно.
The next time I see you, each of us will... I will be here.
I'm talking. Don't. Wow. Oh. Yeah. You make your way up the short path.
Пришел тебя навестить.
It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think...
You walk.
Что-то интересное. Сперва поговорим.
She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you...
At the end of the... Whoever sent you to slay me? I don't trust that.
She has a point. Thank you. Oh, you... Your eyes dart. Where is she? You step forward to a trail of blood, and then you hear the quiet patter of feet against the floor, and there's suddenly a weight on your shoulders. The prince, her teeth and claws are unnaturally. Her ferocity. This is the end. You shouldn't have let that. Everything goes dark.
Опять ведьма будет. Чудовище.
You're on a path. You're here. A terrible sense. If he does, you're not trapped. We could go. There's a. If you just be quick. Like a look. If great. Oh, she does it. She could. That's a. The interior of the cabin is ruinous and dilapidated. It feels like no one has lived here for a long time, wind rushing in through cracks and holes in the wooden walls. The only furniture of note is a termite-eaten table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. What are you talking? You reach for, but there was, and now it's gone.
Зеркала никогда нету.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what's left of an old wooden staircase. It's still sturdy enough that you can make your way down in one piece, though you'll have to be mindful of hole. The air seeping up from below is oddly warm and wet, as if you're descending in. She grabs.
I can smell you.
She sounds almost feral, impatient, or maybe eager. You carefully make your way down the stairs. The last step gives way to the damp earth floor of a starlit pit. The walls are obscured by an impenetrable darkness, giving the illusion that the room might stretch on forever. You brush against the wide leaves of plants that surround you on all sides, seemingly the only living things that occupy this strange underground wilderness. The jungle is pressing in on us, hiding her from view. She could be anywhere. You see only a flash of the princess before she scurries away into the underbrush, dragging her heavy chain behind her. Remember, she's just a princess. She's certainly not just a princess. You're not helping. It doesn't matter what she is. It only matters what she does. Her shining eyes appear between the leaves, staring hungrily at you from the darkness.
I can hear your heart pounding from the bottom of the stairs, fledgling. You're right to be terrified. I'm so much more than you. And a little splinter clutched in trembling hands won't save you from me.
A shiver rushes up your spine and pulls you upright. The air's shifting. She's getting ready to pounce. Move.
Слышишь, вон она законно в цепи, все в порядке.
Move.
Ты собираешься напасть, я вижу тебя насквозь.
There's a shift in the humid air, and something enormous. The princess lunges from the shadows, her maw unhinged and dripping, her eyes fierce and full of hunger. She is too quick to outrun, too nimble to outmaneuver, too determined to overpower. This is her domain. You are devoured. I guess that's it then, isn't it? Unfortunately for you, no. This isn't it. You are in a dark and caustic place. A thick, fibrous lining constricts around you, its slick surface impossible to grip. Your hands scrabbling uselessly at your surroundings as they compress in on you. Your lungs can barely expand in such a tiny space. Finite air grants you more than a few shallow breaths at a time.
You spoke when you needed to act.
The liquid pooling beneath you starts to seep into your skin. You itch, then sting, then burn as the acid begins its slow work.
When I killed you, I tried to leave this place, but it wouldn't let me. You belong down there, it screamed at me. The world is better off without you in it.
The flesh around you rumbles as the princess begins to move, her thundering footfalls twisting you helplessly about. Your skin protests as the corrosive liquid sloshes around you, but there will be no respite for you in sight. The burning grows stronger, and you can feel layers of you being peeled away.
Приятный момент с принцессой, когда вы просто ушли в закат вдвоем.
You don't belong down here. You came from somewhere else. You came from out there. So I consumed your dead heart.
and I carried it in my throat, and I draped what was left of you on my back, and I threw myself against that door.
She stops, her muscles tensing around you, and through the muffling layers of her flesh, you hear the whine of straining metal. And with a pop, she lurches forward, your body lurching right along with her. Her chains. She's loose.
But even then, it denied me freedom. You cannot fool me by draping yourself in decay. I know your true nature, and it is suffering.
Gravity pulls at you as you're hefted upwards, the distant creaking of ancient wooden steps barely audible over the thudding of the princess's heart.
And then it was gone, and I was here. A new enclosure, a nicer cage, but still a prison. I learned from my wounds. You're alive now. We can leave together.
Does that work? Could she free herself if we're alive in here?
Может, мы ее поцарапаем, что ли,
You really need me
изнутри?
to give you a definitive answer for you to understand that the situation is grim. Stop her. Do something. You still have that steel claw. Tear through her before we are her. Survive. Or we could use it to make this quick for ourselves. If she needs us in order to leave, we could at least deny her that. That is a bad thing to do.
Ты можешь разговаривать с
I
избушкой?
understand it, and it understands me. Talking is for those who don't know how to listen.
Your body is violently jostled, the disruption causing burning skin to slop from raw muscle, and you hear what you can only assume.
The cage is still locked.
I don't think we can talk our way out of this. We are drowning in death.
Свой стальной коготь я могу порезать тебя изнутри, вонзить в нее стальной коготь.
Though you have little room to move, you use what strength you can muster to drive the blade forward into the thick walls of tissue digesting you.
I can feel you tearing through me, but are you swift enough for it to matter?
The pulling returns to banging as the princess desperately throws everything at the cabin door. Your flesh screams as your reddened, spongy body is hit with fresh waves of blistering acid.
You can't hold me forever.
You slice again, deeper, rooting through her meat with the tip of your blade, until at last it finds her beating heart. But will can never truly exceed the limits of the flesh. Your vision finally begins to blur, your eyes clouding over as they melt in their sockets. What little air remains in this rancid stew of flesh and slippery organs is finally too foul to breathe, and your lungs mercifully give out before you have to suffer another burning, liquefying moment. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Конечно, тоже умрет, если мы желудок распороли.
We are a path in the woods. We have no beginning, and we have no end. But something cold and unnatural sits watching us. From his gaze pushes against our borders, curling them in on themselves, preventing them from stretching to the places they need to reach.
No, that's all wrong. You're not a path in the woods, you're on a path in the woods. Who's even saying that? That's not the princess, is it? Oh no. How many times have you been here? I think this is our third? That's bad. That's very, very bad. It wasn't even supposed to reach 2. If you're at 3, well, no wonder things aren't the way they're supposed to be. Let's get our facts straight. What happened last time? What could you have possibly done for things to be like this?
Ну, нас сожрали.
The thing that sits beyond our edge speaks his logic into us. He tries to grasp at things that cannot be grasped. He tries to stare with wide pupils at that which can only be held from the corner of the eye or with a past.
Shut up! The rest of you, talk. What happened? What did you do? Can she hear us if we talk?
I can hear everything, little one, But you don't have to be afraid of me. There's no place where you end and I begin. Nothing can hurt you here. Not anymore.
That's just because she devoured us and we dissolved away. We don't even exist as a body anymore. We're still here, though. And if we're safe, isn't that better?
She ate you. And now you're convinced that you're stuck together. What a mess.
He doesn't understand. We aren't convinced of anything, and we aren't stuck together. We're one. This is how we're supposed to be. Can't you feel it?
I guess that's it then.
Словно
This
не
is
появился.
us now. We're the woods. Okay.
И вообще что делать? Мы все нормально, меня все устраивает.
You can't just passively exist forever. Not with her. That isn't how it works. The princess ate you last time. Stop passively vibing with a literal predator and remember that you're enemies. Remember what she's done to you and how much it hurt.
We can't go back to that. We can't go back to the fear and the hunger and the pain. Not after being something as beautiful as this.
Doesn't all that conflict feel so far away right now? So petty? We've been posed against each other by something that understands the strength of our unity.
I can feel a thumping. A heartbeat. Like a distant terror that keeps getting louder the more we pay attention.
Please, stop. If you let it in, we'll fall apart.
Don't look at it!
Плюнуть на ужас в своем сердце.
Please, don't make us remember how I was.
And just like that, you start to fall apart.
I can remember it now. I didn't like being eaten. I'd forgotten how much it burned. And the air was so hard to breathe. But she didn't care. She didn't care at all.
As you remember the terror and pain you felt at the hands of the princess, you start to remember something else. You remember that you are a distinct being with a finite form and a mortal body. You can feel it. There is a shifting of the space around you, the infinitesimal movement of your molecules rearranging back into the shape of what you're meant to be.
I don't like this. It's better for us to be the woods. I don't want to go back.
No! I devoured you! I won! I put things back the way they were supposed to be!
Some division, when sown, can never truly be mended. A cavernous gash rips across whatever it was you thought you were. A cabin comes into being among the trees. It approaches, and it swallows your body whole. And then you find yourself, blade in hand, exactly where you need to be. At the center of it all is the princess, a wooden and fleshy heart beating with an unbroken rhythm. You're filled with a sense of purpose. Strike at her. End this once and for all.
I feel empty, don't you?
We're just like her, and she's just like us. We never should have left her. I feel safe. She isn't dangerous anymore. We could leave
Будет
her.
она лесом.
We could
Злым
both
лесом.
live. Do we have to do this?
You have to.
Когда я хотел тебя убивать, правда, но нам нельзя быть одним и тем же. Мне пришлось положить конец тому, что с нами стало.
You devious little bastard. If you think I'm going to let you free her, you have another thing coming. And that other thing is... You'll just have to wait and find out when it happens.
Ignore him. His words only confuse us. Just do it.
You're tired, aren't you? No, I'm not. Fine. Whatever. You
cut the princess down from the roots that bind her. I hope you're happy. Good luck getting her out of here.
I think we are happy, actually. We might not be a part of her, but being around her is almost the same. Almost.
Крепота?
I didn't think you would do that after everything. It's so cold without you.
Но ты не успеваешь ей ответить, никогда не ответишь, пора уходить, и
She's
память
gone.
возвращается.
Where does she go? And there's that mirror again. What is that spot? Death.
This is what we all...
Ты подходишь к зеркалу. Ты протягиваешь руку в тишине, они вновь исчезли. Зеркало всегда прогоняет их, но ты должен в него взглянуть. Ты обращаешься в ничто. Но это неправильно, ты не можешь быть ничем. Ты вглядываешься, снова видишь ее, бледную, скрытую в тенях фигуру, прямо за отражением. Ты — это я?
I think you know what I am.
По центру зеркала расползается трещина, разделяя отражение надвое. Затем появляется еще одна трещина, потом еще и еще. Стекло ощеривается острыми осколками. Значит, ты есть рассказчик, а я все думал, вижу ли я тебя когда-нибудь?
The narrator. Yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Да больно вот так раскалываться на
It
части.
doesn't hurt. I don't feel pain. Not physically.
Что-то такое, да что-то вроде части меня?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I'm an echo. Likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Таких как ты. Ты что-то, похоже, уже говорила. Рассказчики точно каждый разные.
That is by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon. And then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
У тебя есть что сказать? Есть чем оправдать свою гордыню?
I do. The people out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
Каждый раз, когда я тебя о чем-то спрашиваю, ты трескаешься.
I'm aware, and if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time.
Выходит, ты знаешь, что все повторяется. Сколько раз мы встречались, сколько же ты отрицал и саму такую возможность? Зачем врал ты мне?
Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. For all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me. I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
Если ты меня создал, тогда что я такое?
You're the long quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death. Soon I'll be gone entirely, and you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her, but I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever.
Принцесса, что же она такое? Да ты ее создал.
She is the shifting mound, the ebb and flow, the capacity to change. She is transformation, or most of it. Her nature is why I had to die, for she becomes that which others perceive her to be. But an echo can't perceive things, not in the way that people can. So I tucked a part of myself into the folds of this construct to guide you. Seems that every me you met did a real shit job of it, though.
Похоже, твое время вышло.
So I am. It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
Когда последний осколок стекла разбивается, видишь себя с новой ясностью. Рассказчик был прав, ты долгий покой, огромный зарождающийся бог. Тебе пора наконец проснуться, все это ты. Отправиться в избушку в последний раз. Когда ты проникаешь в самое сердце, там встречает тебя пустота, последнего сосуда в нем нет.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me. It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Здравствуй тебе. Вот с наступающим Новым годом. 2 минуты до Нового года идти. 2. Я тоже по тебе скучал. В ответ ты получаешь нескончаемый поток улыбок. Она терпеливо ждет, что ты скажешь дальше. Известно про эхо. Ты слышал наш разговор?
Every word you spoke found its way to me.
Передно.
I know him, and I know his construct.
С 2 часа. У вас 2 часа, а у нас через минуту.
Pay him no mind.
Эй, господи. Ладно, бог с ней. Ну ты чего? Еще секунду. Новый год как-никак. Не успели мы это пройти? Бог с ним. Ну что, дамы и господа, идите. Новым годом. Обращение стримера, да. Очень важное обращение стримера. Котик, будем обращаться вместе. И с кем нет. Конечно. Ну что, с Новым годом вас. Торжественных речей я особо не толкаю, особо не умею. Хотелось бы поздравить тех, кто, во-первых, что вы тратили свое время на то, что проводили его со мной. Я рад, что вам в целом, не знаю, нравилось или доставляло удовольствие, может быть, некоторое умиротворение. Во-первых, огромное вам спасибо. Во-вторых, спасибо тем, кто поддерживал канал. В какие-то определенные моменты времени это было очень важно. Прямо очень сильно важно. Я не знаю, хотелось бы, наверное, пожелать вам... я даже не знаю чего, больше стабильности, наверное, да, было бы хорошо. Больше доброты в жизни. Ее сейчас очень сильно не хватает. Больше доброты, больше терпения к окружающим, потому что зачастую не все люди злые. Они просто не умеют общаться в основном. Такая херня. Люди не всегда хотят делать что-то злое, они просто не понимают, как сказать то, что они хотят. Но с другой стороны, как бы, если все-таки передовой человек не самый хороший, как-то не спускать ему это с рук и дать ему отпор. Это очень важно. Ну и по стандарту, да, хотелось бы пожелать вам более крепкого здоровья. Чем больше лет тебе становится, это становится все более важным. Больше здоровья, крепче костей, меньше болеть, да, меньше кряхтеть и стариться. Больше радоваться жизни, да, выполнять больше желаний, если есть такая возможность. Если нет, то, ну, хотелось бы пожелать вам поиметь больше возможностей исполнить свои желания и начинать чего-то хотеть. Вот. Хотеть больше, чем есть сейчас. Вот. Ну и с Новым годом вас. Да, Мотя? Скажи, с Новым годом. С Новым годом. Где? Урвай гимн. Пойдем все без зовут кота. Ее зовут Мотя. Должен быть гимн. I am a dwarf, I'm a digging a hole. Dig hole. Dig hole. I am a dwarf, I'm a digging a hole. Сойдет за гимн, да? О, как раз там фейерверк на заднем плане. Даже вон видно, как он в окне отражается. Бабахином. Да, Мотя? Ура, да. Да кота не напугали, да, конечно. Что ее пугать? Давай, да пройдем. Посмотрим что-нибудь новогоднее. Уж. Да, Мотя? Такая вот фигня. Левый чей-то, левый чей-то, правый чей-то. Хоп. Еще раз, с Новым годом всех! Ура! Мало что осталось. Какая гадость. Я долго и покойно, я не понимаю, что это значит. Как-то в будущем. Пока так же. Только дата поменялась на 01.01.25.
A pale imitation of what I actually am.
Ну и что дальше?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echoes spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Можно просто уйти, оставив много историй неоконченными.
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end. Pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Ты не можешь принимать решения, почему у тебя это только моя ответственность?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Давай разберемся во всем.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach, and you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
Опаньки.
A web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves, lain upon a web of nerves. The shade of a beautiful beginning we can never return to. You knew me, and I knew you, even more than either of us know each other now, and you chose to pull apart that weave. But you did not choose to end me. We were still one, but we were also separate, and we were free. We were as we are. Will you excise that part of yourself now that you see me from yet another angle?
Ты была частью меня, и я не мог причинить тебе вред.
All things are connected through me and through you. To harm me is to harm yourself, is to harm everything. The truth of that moment remains our truth.
Я думаю, конечно, что там какая-то одна ее часть поедает жопу другой частью.
To question everything is to deny the truth in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. By believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck. Bound for eternity, you saw the need for impermanence, and it was through that need that you carved our freedom. Without impermanence, the suffering of living things is infinite. Would you strip my gifts away and leave everyone to suffer in the dark?
Ничего страшного, со временем они поймут, что твой конец был даром.
Or, in time, would they see it as a curse? A trick behind your back and a trick behind mine. We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move, and yet we both don't, for each of us watches the other instead of ourselves. But forever is not forever. I move and you react, and both of us break the other. But broken is only a moment in time. To change is to hold the potential to rise above. Would you limit yourself to what you are?
Если бывает конца, то нет и рамок. Если нет рамок, тогда нет разницы между ростом и деградацией.
Meaning lies in experience, and experience lies in contrast. Abandoning one's search is not the same as losing the capacity to discover. I am contrast itself. To reject me is to reject the shape of everything. Do not use words to reduce that which your eyes know to be irreducible. Your liver drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me and me lifting you. Forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back.
Я хочу вновь испытать это чувство.
It never left you. You just need to open your heart to me once more. Boundless torrent of blades cut you from boundless angles. You are a body. You are gory ribbons. You are a body again. And you feel all of it. On
and on it goes until your bodies are not your thoughts or not you. Alive, dead, alive, dead, alive, dead, then alive and dead, all at once. You learn to put yourself away, and in your stillness you rose above me. You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives, and yet it is all so far behind you. I pushed you to a greatness you never would have reached without me.
Да я вознесся над тобой, и до сих пор до меня не дотянулось. Я уничтожу тебя сейчас, как уничтожил тогда. Как хорошо же было наконец-то победить даже ценой своей жизни.
And it was a joy for me to finally face my end. Even when I thought I reached my limits, you showed me how much further I could climb.
Схватка между вами стихает, и ты начинаешь дрожать. Сила воли быстро покидает тебя.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
Как ты думаешь, что случится, если мы отсюда уйдем?
This universe dies, and a new one is born. And that one dies, and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go.
Не знаю, что делать, но должен найти другой выход. Так быть не должно. Я не буду убивать тебя, но освобождать не стану.
There is no something else. This, what we are, is...
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Ты точно представляешь, как я рад тебя
After all
слышать.
the times you told me that mirror was going to kill me, I'm genuinely surprised you missed me. But we don't have to get into all that. I mean, she's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready? Then let's go. And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things?
Здравствуйте, Зеро. Да и вас наступившим. Мы с тобой остались вдвоем, до избушки больше никто не добрался.
It's just us. I think the rest of them are still out there.
Рассказчика и вправду больше нет.
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
Вот и прекрасно.
Yeah. He really put us through hell, didn't he?
Если твое предложение еще в силе, можешь описать избушку, как в старые добрые?
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows. There's no mirror, either. I think you broke it. And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade. No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far. The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
Have you figured out what you want to do yet, or are you going to keep trying to find a center that doesn't exist?
It sounded just like that. A little sharp, a little menacing. Only she didn't know us. And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there you are. Hands empty. So you don't feel like recreating our first meeting detail for detail. I wonder what else will be different. Maybe there's still room for us to chat before the final curtain call. What do you say?
Есть рядом с ней. Рад снова тебя видеть.
Right back at you. In a way, it hasn't been much time at all, but it feels like it's been forever since I've seen you. Thanks for coming back.
Прости меня за все то боль, что я тебе причинил.
The first time we met, I cut your throat open. Sure, you also killed me, but hey, that just makes us even.
You know, when she puts it like that...
Ты такая же, как и там, которая снаружи.
I don't know. I'm a part of her, I think. But she's seen so much more than we have. Like she's seen everything, right? I don't think I could hold all of that without losing myself. I don't think you could either.
А ты, которая из принцесс, ты выглядишь как нашу первую встречу. Это и есть настоящая ты?
I'm the same princess that's been with you since the beginning. And I feel real. But I also feel like I'm a lot more than I was then. We've been through a lot together. I don't think there's anything more real than that.
Раз уж мы почти дошли до конца, можешь рассказать мне, как тебя зовут?
I never had one. And do not call me the shifting mound. It's too much. But I've always been a princess to you, right? So why don't we stick with that? And as for you, well, hero works for me.
But that's me. You know, I think I like that.
Я что-то не очень хочу быть богом.
Doesn't matter what we call ourselves. It's just another label, and I don't think labels have ever helped us. All they do is cram us into boxes where we don't fit. Just like this cabin.
Тебе не кажется, что по отношению к нам все это было крайне несправедливо?
No, it really wasn't. But just because it hasn't been fair doesn't mean that it hasn't been worth it. I'm really glad I got to know you.
А что ты не думаешь о том, кем она хотела нас сделать?
I don't think she's the sort of thing you can really disagree with. It doesn't matter if she's right or wrong because she exists. She's this big, unrelenting force, and there's no arguing with her. But I guess that was the question out there, wasn't it? And it was the question before you came down here, too. Should she? I'm glad you didn't bring that knife with you. And like I said earlier, I don't really want to be her. I think I just want to be me.
Yeah, I'm happy not to be everything. Just being us is plenty.
А что если мы просто уйдем?
Do you know where this cabin is? Because I don't. I don't even know what's supposed to be outside other than us. What would even happen if we leave? What would that even mean?
Не знаю, но я всегда хотел уйти вместе с тобой. Ко мне не нравится быть богом. Давай выйдем из этой избушки сами собой, только ты и я.
I want that too.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
А тебе не будет тут одиноко?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be alone for too long anyways. The others are still around here somewhere. I'll find them.
Держась за руки, вы с принцессой навсегда покидаете подвал. На лестнице тихо, в пространстве, некогда заполненном жестокостью, словами и навязчивыми мыслями, теперь царит покой. Но это молчание наэлектризованной энергией, предвкушение неизвестного. Когда вы поднимаете взгляд, принцесса останавливается на двери избушки, и вы колеблетесь. Ты чувствуешь, как дрожит ее рука, впервые за долгое и короткое существование, она теряет уверенность в себе. Она знает, что ей больше не нужно играть никаких ролей, и все же она существует. А затем она с энтузиазмом увлекает тебя за собой и подходит к ведущей наружу двери.
This is it. I have no idea what it's going to be like out there. Not that I'm scared or anything. It's exciting, really. Anything could happen. And if it's bad, then it won't be bad. Not with you.
Ты готова? Я люблю тебя, ладно.
I love you too. But I'm trying not to be sappy about it. Don't make me get all emotional.
Ачивка называется «Что же будет дальше?» И что бы это ни было, вы встретите его вместе. Завершить игру. Хороший конец не в счет. Когда вы прошли всю историю первый раз, вам открыта галерея. В нее ведет вкладка «Воспоминания» главного и внутреннего меню. Там много подсказок, которые помогут вам найти оставшиеся сосуды и взаимодействие удачной охоты. Ну сколько тут всего? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 15 страниц. Эти не подходят покою по самым разным причинам. Из-за пламенной страсти. Кто повидал худшее, только может представить тюрьма. Покончи с ним без лишних раздумий. Крутили концовок. То тут, скорее всего, концовок-то не так уж и много, как кажется. Просто очень много разных вариантов. Ну, давайте посмотрим, к чему это приведет. Вдруг что-то интересное. Вот в целом милая игрушка. Думаю, если прям сильно заморочиться, можно получить от нее очень много удовольствия.
You're what? I would if not on my... You. I would. Listen, I can't believe I told...
I'm free. And you're...
The princess jumps up and... Let me get...
I just want to make you happy.
She can't... It makes...
Что делать счастливой тебе?
I just want to make you happy.
Is she... What's going on? Is she...
Что-то должно быть, что хочешь, чего хочешь ты.
I just want to make you happy.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this... I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us.
Если мы ничего не будем делать, просто останемся здесь, тогда никто не пострадает, и мы вместе будем как стать счастливыми.
Oh, is that really what you want?
Her eyes dart uncomfortably to the corners of the room.
I guess we could do that.
Well, at least she's normal again. Normal again? Can't you tell she's sad? She's distraught. This is unacceptable.
Из чего что поиграть? Ну, есть пара мыслей.
But she can't be unhappy about staying with us. Can she? No. It has to be him. It has to be this place. If we just made these walls more fitting for a princess, if we just say the right things, if we just showed her the contents of our heart. She... As the voice thinks its thought, your hands raise, fingers pointing towards your chest, and then... What? No, you absolutely do not do that.
Oh, but I do.
What? What is he doing? We can't see unless you tell us.
Ну, даже ничего не видно.
Are you sure you want to know? I suppose I can't stall forever. You plunge your nails into your chest, digging deep, grasping for a handhold. And you find it, your fingers curling around your ribs.
Oh no, what are you doing? Are you okay? You can't do that and be okay.
Time out. He should not be allowed to do that. He's not the decider.
And yet, it's done.
It will be soon. You yank violently, your bones cracking with wet pops as you pull yourself apart inch by painful inch. Your exposed heart, framed by jagged ribs, thumps rhythmically in your raw, bloodied chest. The loosened threads of your body unfurling to cover the surface of the room. Don't mind my sacrifice. It's a fair price to pay to give her everything she doesn't know she wants.
Oh, I see. You're trying to tell me something. It's beautiful.
The princess, mesmerized, reaches towards your beating heart, and then everything goes dark and we die? Yes.
Эпилог долго и счастливо.
You're on a path in the woods. Mate, we're clearly already in the cabin. Excuse me? You're clearly... Oh. Huh. So you are. How do you know about the cabin? I didn't get to the cabin part of my opening monologue yet. We've been here before. Well, not here, but I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. You knew about the loop-in last time. Not that he was eager to divulge that. And right on cue, here's the new guy. Welcome! I can't say I'm happy to be here. This is a bad place. All stale and wrong. Can't you feel it? Okay, yes, I get it. You've been here before. That's terrible. You know that, right? Because the only reason you would have been here before is if you failed in whatever world you'd come from. Meaning you doomed an entire other reality. But I'm sure since you're so well-travelled, you know that.
Обратили, да, внимание на стекла?
We know that you keep telling us that, but we've never seen a world end. As far as I'm concerned, that whole conversation is just noise. And I'm stuck on a better question. Where's the other one? The other one? Yeah, a certain lovesick fool has been suspiciously quiet. One might even say, absent. Oh, you're right. It's a little quiet here, isn't it? Maybe that's one of the rules. Maybe only one bonus voice is allowed to be here at a time. Bonus voice? I'm just as important as you are. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. All I'm saying is that it's my third time here and...
Да, блин.
I'm going to describe the room now. The interior of the cabin is vast and regal. High-arched windows line the walls, their multicolored glass casting kaleidoscopic patterns across the stone floor. An iron chandelier hangs from the vaulted ceiling, its many candles lit with flickering light.
Зал венчает высокий сводчатый потолок, с которого свисает кованый канделябр с горящими свечами. Мерцание тускло освещает обширное пространство. Это обитель, достойная королей и королев.
Before you, there isn't a blade, is there? That's not good.
Какая разница, есть клинок или нет? В прошлый раз он нам не пригодился. В первый раз она с его помощью вообще нас прикончила.
I see your point, but it's still an option that's been taken away from us. I don't like losing options. Yes, and it's an important one. It's your implement. You're going to need it if you want to do this right. And the fact that you're here, right now, again...
Ну, мысль, кстати, не новая.
Done this right.
Я уже не раз встречал рут персонажа бога смерти, который так любит людей, так любит все сущее, что не желает ему смерти вовсе. Что вот такая вот херня. То есть это не новый род, скажем так, персонажа.
But it's not there, is it? We don't even get the choice. So, what are we supposed to do?
Чтобы люди всегда оставались вот собой. Вот, чтобы они были, и все.
I don't actually know. I'm sure it'll turn up somewhere. It has to. It's part of the whole structure of this place, I think. At the very least, it's important.
Почему никто из вас не обращает внимания на зеркало?
Oh, I see it. I've just been preoccupied with everything else going on, like the fact that we can rip our own heart out without deciding that's what we're going to do.
Хотя Нургл за стагнацию, плюс-минус. Какую-никакую. Ну что-то вроде, да, Нургла.
Is that what happened to you last time? How did that even work? You better not do it again. Lucky for you, the one who did it is the one who's gone. Wonderful. Moving on, I have no idea what you're talking about. There is no mirror.
Нургл вообще не бог смерти, он
Stained
бог
glass
жизни.
windows, the empty table where your blade should be, and the door to the basement. You said that last time too, but that hasn't stopped it from showing up again. Or moving. Mirror or no mirror, the door to the basement, your only way forward, is just on the other side of the room. How about you walk over there? You cross the room, stopping just in front of the door to the basement. What is this about that supposed mirror? Just reach forward and fumble around a bit. Well, shall we have a look at ourselves? Maybe it won't go away this time. You reach forward, your hand instinctively wrapping around the handle. Figures. And then you push the door open. Marvellous. We can proceed. It would seem that the stairs to the basement don't lead to a basement at all. Rather, they go up. They're draped in fine carpet too, one that feels pleasantly soft against your feet. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably... no, that doesn't work here at all. This place is nice. It's fancy, even. I have to say, whatever you did in your previous lives, I deeply dislike how much it's thrown me off my rhythm.
Сланиш не бог любви, Сланиш бог крайностей.
Well, if all of this has thrown you off your rhythm so much, then maybe we don't have to slay the princess. No, you absolutely do. Just because she lives in a nice house doesn't mean she doesn't pose a direct threat to all of reality. It's in her very nature. Am I the only one who remembers how much she changed last time? Does she even have a nature? That is precisely why she poses a threat. I don't know, she got weird for a second, yeah, but she didn't change that. We have to move on. This is a wildly dangerous line of reasoning. No, you can't just say that and not... Her voice, gentle and warm, with an undercurrent of fatigue, rolls down the stairs.
You're home. Dinner's ready.
Почему выкинет бога любви? Потому что гримдарк ядрить.
As much as I desperately want to know what happened last time, we are not going to examine it. The more we think, the worse this gets. Why are you so on edge? This is much nicer than what we're used to. I'd like to have dinner. Dinner sounds nice. That is the problem. This isn't supposed to be nice, and she's supposed to be a prisoner. I need to stop talking. I need to stop talking. Just go upstairs, okay? And don't eat the...
Идти вверх по лестнице.
This hall, like the one below, is grand and beautiful. Torches bathe the room in warm, comforting light, just enough to illuminate the tapestries along every wall, woven with scenes of chivalry and courtship and romance. The many cloth eyes are fixed on each other, gazes averted from the long table in the center of the room.
Да, вот император бог любви, он тебя любит и все. Умри за него. Одни глаза на узоре неотрывно смотрят в другие, им нет дела до длинного стола, в дальнем конце которого сидит принцесса.
Your pristine blade glints in the weak torchlight, hanging from a golden chain around the princess's neck. So that's where it is. And the tip is already pointed right at her heart. Okay,
everything is falling back into place. All you have to do is cross the room, push down a little, and the entire world is saved.
Здравствуйте, Дмитрий.
That's easy.
Да, с Новым годом.
Isn't that suspiciously easy? There has to be a twist. There has to be something waiting for us. You saw what happened to her last time. She's not what she seems.
You're here. Now we can start being happy together. Why don't you sit down? Wouldn't that be nice?
As the words leave her mouth, the torches flare and a chair swings in from behind, knocking your legs out from under you. You're forcibly seated at the head of the table.
Isn't that better? It is better, right?
Что это за место?
It's our happy ending, just like you asked for. It's everything we're supposed to have ever wanted.
Когда я был на рейсе, ты звала меня ужинать.
Oh, right, dinner. I totally forgotten about it.
The flames burn bright and a shadow dives across the table. In its wake, it leaves a feast.
Короче, это Вексы зло лететь, а это тень, вот.
Go ahead and dig in. I'm sure you're hungry.
Remember what I said. Oh, but it looks so amazing, and after everything we've been through, we could really use a break. Are you sure we need to be so concerned? I'm not sure about anything, and that's the problem. For what it's worth, I generally don't think one should trust strange food that magically appears on a table. But nothing here is exactly what I expected it to be, so make of that what you will. You begin to feast, and the princess follows suit, her soft smile never fading. The food is more exquisite than you ever could have imagined. You sample countless otherworldly dishes, sauces and bread and hearty stews whose tastes dance across your tongue. You tear at hunks of meat practically melting from the bone, juicy and tender and bursting with flavors you could scarcely begin to describe. Your cup fills itself again and again with a flowery nectar so sweet it tastes like glimmering jewels.
Да, я вам без будущего.
This really is perfect, isn't it? It is the best meal you've ever had. But then it's over, and you're just as hungry as when you began.
Wasn't that perfect? We should do it again.
The shadow washes across the table, clearing and replating. The feast is once again laid before you. The food is good. Again, you tear into golden crispy flesh, dab at the slurry of aromatic sauces on your plate with thick crusted bread, sip your goblet of sparkling gems. But you have done this already. And then it's over. And you're just as hungry as when you began.
You're still hungry too, right? I know this wasn't as good as it was last time, but we just have to do it again. That's all. It'll be perfect if we just do it again.
So the shadow sweeps over the table, clearing the old and laying out the new. And so you do it again. The meat is fine, the bread is fine. You sample the side dishes and they're fine too. You finish your goblet, the liquid within no longer glimmering on your palate, instead leaving your mouth coated in a tacky film. You put it down and it fills again. You do not drink more. So we had a mediocre meal. It's not a big deal. That's the trap. It wasn't mediocre at first. It's trending down. We're just getting a little sick of it. So what? We just have to try something new. I'm sure we won't be stuck eating the same meal forever. Regardless of quality, it's over again, and you're just as hungry as when you began. Again.
No, something was wrong that time. But maybe I was just tasting it wrong. It looks just as good as it did the first time. It shouldn't taste like this.
Again, the shadow replaces your feast, and again you eat. The meat is greasy. The bread is tough, its crust hurting your jaw as you chew. The grey vegetables are barely worth the effort of picking through. You don't even touch the goblet, its sickly sweet aroma utterly unappealing. I'm so tired of eating. At least you still have the memory of how good it was the first time, right?
I'm so tired of this.
As the words leave her mouth, one of the torches on the wall sputters and then goes out entirely.
What just happened? Did I do something wrong?
A light went out. Maybe a coincidence, but maybe not. As if in response to the dousing of their brother, the other 3 torches blaze brighter, their flames licking at the walls. Their shadows deepen, dancing angrily across the stone.
Считаю, что не сделал ничего дурного, ты всего лишь сказал, что то, что думала.
But it was wrong. I took away a piece of our light. I'm not supposed to do that. I don't want him to be upset with me.
А кто это он?
He's the voice that whispers sweet nothings in my ear. I think he made this place for us.
It all makes sense now. It's him, isn't it? He's making all this happen. He's the one who trapped us here. Who? The lovesick one. The one from last time. He's not gone. He's just with her now. He's the shadow.
И влюбленный, в тот раз ты был таким разговорчивым, а сейчас что, язык проглотил?
Smitten.
The torches flare and the shadow grows for a moment, but you don't receive a response. No, I saw him smile. That's him.
Здравствуйте, шеф.
Regardless, it would seem that he, if there is a he, isn't something you can talk to.
He says his words are just for me, but he wants me to ask. Isn't this enough? Isn't this what you wanted him to do? He says he's tired. I don't think he'll answer anything else you have to say.
Где лол? Может, потом будет. Так, мы поели, что теперь?
I don't know. Maybe we could play a game. Yeah, that's exactly what we should do.
The flames roar and the shadow comes dancing across the table. It leaves behind an intricate game, its pieces elegant and beautiful and enticing, its simple rules already apparent, even with little explanation.
We can probably work together to figure this out as we go. That sounds like a lot of fun, right?
Yet another waste of time. Why all the distractions? What are we being distracted from? That's the real game. I feel like I'm 2 steps behind. You're overthinking it, mate. I feel like this is just something to do. We might as well try to have some fun. You and the princess do indeed figure it out as you go. And what a game it is. The tension between turns, the triumphant highs of moves well placed, and the tragic lows of miscalculations and careless plays.
И нервное ожидание следующего хода, и греющая душу радость от оправданного доверия, и ведущий холодком досаду от обмана. Но все это затмевает предельным напряжением в тот самый миг, когда она собирается делать последний ход.
Oh, I think we got the rules wrong.
And so you start over. Time passes. You play the game. You win. Hey! Will you look at that?
Oh, you won. I guess we can play again.
Time passes. You play the game. She wins.
Oh, I won. I guess we can play again.
There is a long pause, and the board does not reset.
This isn't fun anymore.
It's never going to stay fun. You don't need me to tell you that it isn't. Oh. The princess visibly panics as another torch sputters.
Wait. Maybe this is just too easy. Maybe if we added more rules and pieces, it would be fun again.
Пятерки не помогло.
Yeah. The game's just a little simple. The shadow descends on the board once again. More pieces are added, their shapes more intricate, their purposes less immediately clear, and the two of you set about discovering the complexities of the game anew. And so you do. And it is fun again. In fact, it's almost as fun as the first time you played.
and the sputtering torch roars back to life. But then you get used to the additions, and the feeling starts to fade. A creeping numbness settling in over the board. More pieces are added. The feelings flare. The feelings fade. The princess suggests new rules. A glimmer of what could have been excitement flits through your mind, quickly vanishing as the game progresses. Your pieces advance in an ever-increasing slog to their destination. Winning and losing become nothing but ends, and even the end becomes nothing as you roll over into a new game, the board resetting as many times as you can finish. Till finally...
I'm out of ideas. I'm actually out of ideas this time. I don't think I can play anymore.
Двое принцессы успевают сказать это, как гаснет еще один факел. И снова оставшиеся факелы начинают гореть ярче, а танец тени становится еще быстрее.
I'm happy. I promise. We're both so happy here. You don't have to be upset.
This is awful. I think we all know that we're not happy. We just have to admit it to ourselves.
Не нравится мне это место, нужно погасить остальный факел, нужно избавиться от этой тени. Правда, здесь счастливо.
The princess starts to hyperventilate, her quick breaths punctuating the uncomfortable silence between you.
Yes. Why wouldn't I be? Let's not talk about it.
Ладно, мы поели, в игры поиграли, что дальше?
I don't know. But we can't do those other things anymore, can we? Maybe we can just spend time together?
Princess smiles as the two of you wait. Come on, there has to be a way out of this. This can't be the rest of our lives. This can't be forever. And wait. We live in a changing world. We know that. Something has to happen. And wait. You keep saying that, but we can't wait forever. And wait.
I can't do this anymore.
Oh. No. Oh no. The third torch sputters out. The princess's shadow dances furiously against the far wall.
There's just one left. What's going to happen when it goes out?
Не беспокойся о том, что произойдет, лучше представь, что ты можешь делать все, что душе угодно, что бы это было, что бы ты выбрала.
I think I'd like to dance under the stars.
That sounds lovely.
But there aren't any stars here. I'd have to leave.
As she says that, the shadow rushes forward and tightens its grip on her wrists.
I'm not happy here. I don't think I ever was.
The princess sobs, burying her face in her hands as the final torch blows out.
Вот отстой. Можешь открыть глаза, я все еще здесь.
She raises her head, mascara trailing down her cheeks.
So you are. It's dark in here, isn't it?
The princess's eyes dart to the floor.
Well, we can't sit here forever. That part of us is over.
The princess pushes herself from her chair, and you instinctively do the same, waiting by the top of the stairs as she quietly crosses the room.
Do you still care about me?
Конечно, я не думаю, что они когда-либо исчезнут.
Oh, I wasn't expecting you to say that. I still care about you, too, so maybe this wasn't all bad. But I don't think this place is for us anymore. I think we need to go.
As the princess steps towards the stairs, you offer her your hand. The corners of her mouth curl into a demure smile, and she gently takes your hand in hers. She's cold and a little clammy, but her skin against yours is the most real thing you have ever felt.
You're offering surprisingly little resistance. If we leave the cabin, doesn't that end the world?
It does, if he's telling the truth.
Yes, well, I've seen my fairy tale ending, and I think there might be worse things than the end of the world.
Really was just all meaningless blather then, wasn't it?
Think what you will. I'm done fighting. You and the princess don't exchange words as you descend the stairs to the cabin's entrance. And then the two of you step out into the world. I think this is the end of me, even if it's not the end of you. I hope this was worth it. Genuinely, I do. He's really gone.
Yeah. There's an itching in the back of my head that feels like it's finally been scratched. No more shadowy figures yanking at our strings. No more strings. I guess we're free.
The stars are so beautiful.
В это время вы стоите рядом в тишине, и вам спокойно.
I meant it when I said I wanted to dance.
Она бережно притягивает тебя к себе, и вы начинаете кружиться в плавном танце. Вам не нужна музыка, вы двигаетесь под ритм биения ваших сердец, которые стучат в унисон. Чем быстрее вы танцуете, тем сильнее озаряется ее бледно уставшее лицо, и тем шире становится улыбка. А печальное лицо сменяется радостью от переполняющих чувств. Вы вытягиваете руки до предела и кружитесь. Вас удерживает лишь нежное касание ладони. Ваши взгляды встречаются, и вам кажется, что этот момент длится целую вечность.
Thank you for taking me here. This is nice, even if it's a little cold outside.
She's gone. And is that a... What is that?
Can't even...
Ты подергиваешь шурку в тишине, они исчезли, но зеркало осталось. Ты разлагаешь. И ты снова оказался в долгом покое.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again. Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Ну он же типа бог ворон, видимо, ведь.
I will long for your return. We will meet again.
Честное сердце, разделите с ней
You're on a
счастливый
path
конец.
in the woods.
Ну, в целом неплохо, но сидите... Как тебе? Ну, это лучшее, что тут было, пока, если честно. Вот этот момент. Это было прям лучше. Сомневаюсь, что прямо есть что-то еще настолько же прикольное. Писать лучше? В целом, да, но у Мисай жанр чуть другой. Ну, игра года в Конг. Лучшая игра с выдающимся сюжетом. Вуконг. Дя. Это по карте ликвор. Да и я забыл что-то. Бог с ним. Короче, прикольная игра, мне понравилась. Осталась еще одна игра, которую я присмотрел. Ну и еще одна игра, на которой нету русского перевода, к сожалению. Вот, это очень жаль. Так, кстати, поздравляю с рождением. С рождением сына. Какие... Кто знает. Я хотел... Есть рук, где мы от лица процесса все наблюдаем. Тоже, наверное, неплохо. Mights Beneath Us я хотел бы пройти. Прям очень бы хотел, но она очень сильно на английском. Прям очень сильно на английском. Еще будет перевод. Сомневаюсь. Что-то никто, ни Зоги, никто за перевод не берется. Может, когда-нибудь переведут. Кто знает. Игра просто очень сюжетная, там очень много текста. Прям очень много. Ну, как в планскипе, грубо говоря. И язык английский там несколько литературный такой. Литературный или полулитературный. Поэтому зачастую там тяжко будет сходу переводить все это дело. Давай на английском они слабаки. Там не разговор на английский, в этом вся беда. Если вот хотя бы разговор на английский был, то ладно, бог с ним. Но опять же, вычитывать количество текста, равное планскейпу на английском языке, это тяжко будет. Реально тяжко. Вторая игра. Nobody wants to die. Это киберпанковый детектив. По типу, насколько я понял по описанию, видоизмененного углерода. Тоже сюжетная игра. Но это все, что у меня подготовлено из сюжетных. Больше у меня пока ничего такого нету. По крайней мере, больше ничего интересного, прям именно сюжетно интересного я не нашел. В основном одни выживачи выходят, да всякая бубыня. Врубай. Что смотреть будем? Анимцо продолжим смотреть. О, Киберслав вышел, серьезно? Я думал, на него уже забили давным-давно. Не дам аниме. Ну, можем... Блумтаун, я сомневаюсь, что кто-то смотреть вообще будет. Можем подземелье Dungeons and Dragons глянуть. Новогодние. Новогодний Dungeons and Dragons. Там одна серия вышла, что его Гоута. Опять? Ну, у тебя есть еще варианты? Мы еще не... Что у нас есть новогоднее? Из новогоднего есть крепкий орешек, либо срады Гарри Поттер, либо Властелин колец. Уже не новогодний. кстати, ни разу. Гирляндовский шоп. Действительно. Мульт по Властелину. Это который по Оверлорду или по какому Властелину? А, нет, мульт по Властелину и Тить Амазону принадлежит. Нам по балде дадут за его стриминг, к сожалению. За такое банан дать могут. Почему к аниме делают рождественские эпизоды? Ну, длинно вообще-то делают. Ну, что посмотреть, почему ничего детектив этот, потому что час ночи, и тогда Став стримить будет уже ничего. И мы опять вернемся к Лолу. Потому что вторая сюжетная игра, которую я нашел, она идет только на английском есть. И больше я ничего именно сюжетно интересного не нашел. Хотя искал я долго эти. Это вот все, что я умудрился найти. Это Slay the Princess, Мисай, который мне посоветовали, и Nobody Wants to Die. Детектив короткий. Можно сейчас глянуть. How long to beat. Господи. 6 часов. Полное прохождение. На 100%. То есть весьма недолгие. На один стрим. Ну, конечно, можно в метафоре фантазии все-таки упороться, но мне очень жалко 8000 рублей. Мягко говоря. Потому что я на процентов на 90 уверен, что его практически никто не будет смотреть как и персону. Такая вот фигня. Ну чё, давайте тогда анимешку досмотрим, коли по фильмам мы ничего не решили. И скоро там накидайте чего-нибудь по фильмам, что интересно. На Новый год можно было бы глянуть. И, может, и фильмы какие глянем. А за шо? Ну а что делать? Любил был Чужого. Чужой такой себе в Новый год. В прошлом году смотрели фильм по ДНД. Не, ну можем глянуть фильм по ДНД, ну, Викин против. Которую продал Мадару, конечно, да. За всякие секрет-левелы и всякие аркейны могут банан дать. Это все, блин, либо Netflix принадлежит, это свежее. Либо Амазону, блин. На стриме такой на Твиче, ну... Опасненько. Что будем смотреть «Подземелье драконов»? Классику. Которых 2000 года. Что смотреть? Про Дамадара. Который с Майклом Аренсайдом? Да, который с Майклом Аренсайдом. Дан-дан-дан глянь. Это мы досмотрим этого «Золотое божество». Дан-дан-дан глянем. Разве не смотрели? Смотрели. Ага, бог с ним, давайте досмотрим анимешку и завтра дан-дан-дан глянем. Не будем мозги морщить. Уже было, да. Пышника первого. Все, бог с ним, пусть будет «Золотое божество». А завтра уже что-нибудь глянем, подготовившись. Так, YouTube, ВК, как всегда, вырубает.